the first name basis. I wish it could stay this safe until the summer comes and washes it away. Then everything now has got consequences. I know you're waiting for the snow to fall, but there's no snow around here. I know the lights are long, they're wrong, but they're wrong. Marched on, armed with backpacks and lunch in brown sacks. We're trampling on the words of elders as if they could smell her face. Until another comes and washes her away. But then everything now has got consequences. I know you're waiting for the snow to fall, but there's no snow around here. And I know the lights are on, they're long, and she says,
you're asking me questions that I can't answer. It's bringing us down, and the time that it takes to get here from nowhere, I just won't hang around.
'cause I know, and you know how this ends, how this ends. And I know you're waiting for the snow to fall, but there's no snow around here. And I know these lights are long, they're long, and I say, you're asking me questions that I can't answer. It's tearing us down, and the time it takes to get here from nowhere, I just won't hang around. I ask you these questions that I can't answer. It's tearing us down, the time it takes to get to this war zone, I just won't hang around. Sad is mine, she won't hang around. Sad, she won't hang around. She won't hang around. She won't hang around. She won't hang around.
Every hole you smashed in my tomorrow
She won't hang around.
must have seemed like such a waste when that tomorrow
She won't hang around.
Einen wunderschönen guten Abend und herzlich willkommen zum Stream. Heute noch einmal, wie vorgestern angekündigt, Stanley Parable, noch ein paar weitere Pfade kennenlernen, schauen, was in dem Game alles passiert. Und letztes Mal ist mir gesagt worden, ich soll doch, weil ich so brav zweimal die richtige Uhrzeit eingestellt habe, einfach meine Lieblingszeit einstellen. Ich habe immer noch nicht so recht Ahnung, was meine Lieblingszeit ist, aber ich glaube, wir werden einfach 6 Uhr Nachmittag wollen, weil ich da in der Regel schon immer mit der Arbeit fertig bin. Also wie schlecht kann die Uhrzeit sein? Ah, 6 p.m., your favorite time of the day. Er hat sich's gemerkt. Or, could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? Aber es ist nicht the correct time, wir sind 19 Uhr. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 6 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 6 p.m.? Ich würde sagen, es ist nicht ganz falsch, weil wir sind nur eine Stunde daneben, also... Ja. Bisschen ungenau. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Okay. Na dann steigen wir mal wieder ein.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So ist es.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hoffentlich ist mein Bucket wieder da. Meeting today. Figurine Finders Committee. In the Meeting Room. Ich wollte zwar jetzt eigentlich nicht zum Meeting Room gehen, aber wenn die da schon sagen, da gibt's was, dann muss ich da direkt hin.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Es ist immer noch der beste Bucket überhaupt.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
How we can find them. Die haben echt die ganzen Meeting-Slides geändert. What we know, small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. Agenda. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room? Okay. Thank you. Good luck. So, mal schauen, ob da noch was kommt. Ja, okay, wieder von vorne. What the hell? Trust the completionist instinct. Okay. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Weird spinning figurines. Artist Rangerin, Employee 003. Da haben wir jede Menge Ideas. What do they want? Our data, stock options, money. Should we make them employees? Maybe. Interns? Yes. Why do they kinda look like 427? Why floating? Dreams. Magic. Our quarterly success? Magnets. Training exercise or management. How many are there? 2, 1, 5, 1, 6 eingekreist. Can we sell them? Obviously. More dollars if sold together. Okay. Do we need contracts for them? NDA. Potential liability. Employee 421 building a bridge. Saw one in cargo room. Was haben wir da noch? What we know, what we don't know yet, what we forgot. Bonus stuff. We need more planks. Warehouse access plan. Produce one plank to allow ease of access post fence. Construct bridge to follow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Okay, scheinbar hat es da wen irgendwo weggeschmissen. Places to search. Mission status. Inside of sequel exhibit. A large room, lots of boxes. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Die beiden habe ich eben schon, deswegen ist der Hackel dabei. Somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. Das könnte oben beim Chef sein, oder? Hat der nicht einen Kamin gehabt? A private but smelly place for an important person. Das könnte das Klo vom Chef sein. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Lol, looks like 4 to 7. 5 more, just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. There will be a reward for finding them all. Nice! Who are you? There will be cleaning of this wall required. Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. I want to go... Home? Home. I want to go home. Und da haben wir einfach nur ein paar Bilder und where are they? Please, do not leave the office before reporting back any new findings. Teamwork and communications are great importance during this unprecedented time of investigations. Thank you. Help, I'm a post-it. Maybe we are the collectibles. Source of levitation. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambience or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance of a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Okay. Broom closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it.
Aber ich kann ihn nicht
It's a
einmal da lassen, wenn ich will,
bucket. It
scheinbar.
belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be,
Yep.
given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over.
No.
We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep
What?
and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object
This
which
isn't
happened to
wahr.
lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Böses Closet. Da. Tür zu. Schau, wie du zurechtkommst.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Property
Now
of
it's settled.
Stanley.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Es ist eindeutig mein Bucket. Tada!
Another miniature
Figurine.
Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I've got a feeling money's for stealing. But not yours, of course. Zach, that's a lovely purse. Ich glaube nicht, dass Money wirklich for stealing ist. Ich glaube, jeder sollte sein eigenes Geld sein eigen nennen dürfen.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication
macht
of
nicht mal direkt
anything in
auf.
life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
Always.
The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At
Kitty.
this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Was für
Was
ein
it
Glück.
the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Figurine.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now
Nice.
I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Stanlerines ist definitiv besser.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Alles ist gut. Mein Bucket. Ich und
Stanley
mein
and the
Bucket.
bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Es gibt viele Buckets, aber das ist mein Bucket. Das ist der beste Bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Der Bucket ist ganz fertig.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Definitiv.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
Yup.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
In Buckets we trust.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Ich würde sagen, ich kann mein Bucket da jetzt nicht im Stich lassen. Muss es definitiv ausschalten.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Yep.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
What?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Oh yeah.
What? Wait. What's happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Eigentlich schon.
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
What?
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Die lassen mich nicht mal aus, wenn ich mein Bucket dabei hab? The hell?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Jawohl, das Sticker ist immer noch oben. So muss
Warmth
das.
spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Ja,
Was this
Bucket
better
hat
than the
immer
meeting
recht.
room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket hat
Stanley
recht
took
gehabt,
the
aber
door
ich kann
on
man
his
nicht
left
dort bleiben.
to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Yep.
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Cargo lift it is. Wie war's jetzt gerade? Ich glaube, ich bin noch nie
Now
aufgefahren.
ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Ich kann meinem Bucket ja vertrauen.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
What?
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Okay.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Ja. Und? Ah, da ist er. Mein best friend. I played the demo, mind control facility, and all I got was this lousy sticker. Narita Airlines, jawohl. 427, the employee number. Wish you were here. Aloha from the freedom ending. Hello Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Press L to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Lies.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Das ist Y, um zurück zur Arbeit zu gehen.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Das zeigt halt eindeutig, dass der Narrator uns anlügt und versucht, uns einfach nur seine Version aufzuzwingen. Ich kann in einem Bucket auch noch ganz andere Sachen als Liquids transportieren. Also weiterhin in Bucket we trust. Don't listen to the loud man. Press I for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of
Jetzt
metal.
will er ihn schlecht reden. Press M to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Ist der Neid, weil er kein Bucket hat. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press R to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press C to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Nein.
Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Weil es ein ganz besonderer Bucket ist. Press P to go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do
Oh.
anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes.
Er will ihn mal
The bucket can
wegnehmen.
tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Er will ihn mal wegnehmen und dabei ist da gerade alles voll romantisch mit Kerzen und so. Oh.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, ich würde sagen, noch einmal mit dem Bucket oben auf, aber schauen, was passiert, wenn man das Telefon nicht abhebt.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Ich werde jetzt da einmal kurz ein
And
bisschen
here it
warten.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Schauen wir mal, ob da noch was kommt. Immerhin hat der Bucket recht. Es ist einfach toll da in der Employee Lounge.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to
Times.
the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Ein Abenteuer.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Okay. Weiter geht's.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Noch nicht. Aber er will da dann auch noch einmal runter.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000.
Good.
Said the
Ziehen
bucket.
die noch ab, wenn
Now
schon
ride
stürmt
the
ist,
lift
hä?
all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Da ist ein
He was
Figurine!
firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Okay, die Frage ist, wie kommen wir da um? Das ist irgendein Lüftungsschacht, aber die Frage ist halt, wo? Wo kommen wir in den eine? Aber ja, da ist ein Figurine.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
Wer immer am anderen Ende der Leitung ist, hat Geduld. Voll Geduld. Warum hat es eigentlich nur Strom? Es hat nicht einmal eine Telefonleitung verkabelt.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
So hat Sully immer meine
These are
Witze.
the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half. pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming,
I'm Dunny with the funny.
now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence
Yes.
and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking
gespannt.
bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the
Der
instructional
Cargo-Lift
video.
ist
Otherwise,
abgesichert
who knows
jetzt.
where we'd be right now. But I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
Wahrscheinlich
The
damit man
bucket spoke to
unterwegs nicht
Stanley.
abbiegt.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Also gehe ich jetzt wieder rechts. Das ist neu.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
Und der
There was
Cargo-Lift.
supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room.
Na, tut's
What an
nicht.
egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already?
Ja.
No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Zwingt er mir jetzt dann wirklich left zu gehen, oder was?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Ja, okay. Ich muss also
Here we
links
go.
gehen.
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
Jetzt gib halt mir
I'm
die
going to be
Schuld.
ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are
Ja,
you proud?
ja. Very proud. What the
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. I'm getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
Nein.
Let's see.
Okay, kein Video mehr.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, ich werde jetzt so mit dem Bucket vom Cargo-Lift springen und danach werden wir den, glaube ich, einfach wieder mal zurücklassen müssen.
Another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Die
Now
Stimme,
ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
die Stimme vom
Stanley did
Bucket
not question
erinnert
why
mich
or
voll
how this
an
bucket was speaking
das
to him. It should have alarmed him, of course,
Detektivspiel,
because
wie hat's
buckets can't
geheißen?
talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this
Irgendwas?
obvious
Disco
fact.
Elysium.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Nix. Ich weiß nicht einmal, wohin wir da kommen sein.
No, stop.
What?
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
No!
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about
Aber
it.
stimmt,
This
das Schild war schon
misunderstanding
immer
could
da.
have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Is this a bucket? Kriege ich jetzt ein instructional Video, was a bucket is.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Let's go.
Let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Definitiv nicht.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh Gott. Den Unterschied habe ich natürlich sofort erkannt, also ich meine,
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
eindeutig nicht.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation
Yep.
of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
So ist es.
Item 3.
Ne,
Is this a bucket?
definitiv nicht.
Incorrect.
Was?
This is a bucket.
Bei einem echten Bucket wird das Handle nicht so oben bleiben. Narrator hat keine Ahnung. Es wird wie oben am Beispielbild
Item
ersichtlich.
4. Is this a bucket?
Nein, ja. Warte mal. Also es ist da schon rund. Es hat da ein Behältnis, wo man Flüssigkeit einfüllen kann. Oben geöffnet. Ich würde sagen, es ist ein Bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Das war eindeutig ein Bucket.
Is this a
Ja,
bucket?
gleich wie vorher. Definitiv.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6.
Nope.
Is this a bucket?
Na.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Was?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Aber ja, doch, definitiv.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here.
The whole
and I
world
don't
is a
appreciate the
bucket.
implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Ja. Nein. Ja.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket?
Who
Mere moments
knows?
ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is?
Na,
Am I a bucket?
vermutlich.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Was?
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone?
Ja, weil
Why did
alles
everything
ein
disappear?
Bucket
Wait,
ist.
Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Ja,
Oh my God, I had no idea.
eben.
How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Ja, das
Even
ist
now,
wieder die ganze
Stanley's office was a
Bucket.
distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Ich werde ihn jetzt einmal da lassen.
Stanley came to a set
Wir
of
gehen
2 open
rechts.
doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ne, nur pass through it und dann
Standing
gleich wieder
now in this
links.
incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Aber ich bin ja noch nicht ohne Bucket ganz
And so he
aufgefahren.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Da im Maintenance haben wir keinen Zugang zu irgendeinem Lüftungsschacht, oder? Ich würde keinen sagen. Okay. Kann ich da vielleicht verfrüht aussteigen?
But Stanley didn't want to
Nah.
go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Das war ja wohl mit dem Bucket da,
Oh,
aber
no, it's to the right, my mistake.
war da ja das Fireplace. Vielleicht muss ich mit dem noch einmal over.
No,
What
no,
the-
not the right.
Junge!
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay, da kommt Rot. Rot war auch was mit einer Figurine. Oh, das ist das obere Ende von mein Control Room.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Okay, jetzt direkt noch einmal mit dem Bucket
All of
over.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Mein Bucket! Er ist weg. Der Bucket ist weg.
When Stanley... Wait, what?
Oh,
No,
weil
I
es noch nicht
restarted.
aus
I swear, I
ist.
definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. Gut, da Stühle kommen wir nicht durch. The two open doors. Lame. Links. Okay, und dann kennt die da wohl den Gang gleich wieder links und eben hinter die Stühle. Oder wir haben da. Das ist ein großer Raum.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Links.
Do we need to restart the game again?
Nein.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better
Inner
than
guild.
this.
Everyone's
Okay,
know.
let's give it a shot.
Everyone
Why
knows
not?
what you did. They're just. Damn it. Junge! Ich war noch nicht
All of his
fertig.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Der Bucket ist noch nicht da. Jetzt ist überhaupt kein Tier mehr da.
Okay, yep, It's worse.
It's far
I'm
worse.
remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Okay.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Ich habe mal ein anderes Rätselgame gespielt, was auch ganz stark damit aufgebaut hat, dass wenn du von einer Richtung gekommen bist und die dann halt umdrehst und die andere gehst, dass es definitiv nicht gleich sein muss, wie das, was du gerade gehabt hast. So wie es da jetzt auch plötzlich einfach wieder alles anders, obwohl die eigentlich nur umgedreht hast. Oh mein Gott. Das schaut aber nicht mehr freundlich aus da.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Ja.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yes!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that
Jede
win.
Menge!
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart.
The Adventure Line. Wir haben vorgestern schon von ihr gehört. Und da ist sie jetzt an der Stanley Parable 2 Adventure Line.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Okay. Der normale Storyweg wäre geradeaus, aber die Adventure Line sagt, geh rechts. Ach, die Line hat offensichtlich keine Ahnung.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Ah, der spielt solitär bei der Arbeit.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Okay.
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Ja.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on.
You lost me
Way
there.
back there? Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Okay.
La, la, la.
Hey, da war früher zu. Die Line. Zip, zip, zip. Also die haltet uns ziemlich on track, also Sidetracking ist nicht wirklich gut möglich mit der Adventure Line. Budget Analysis, Personal Files, Departmental Accounts, Consolidation Reports, Annual Reviews, Monthly Ledgers, Corporate Imbalances, Financial Records. Okay.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Vielen, vielen Dank für das Teilen von deinem Abo. Also, meinst du, hast du jetzt gerade frisch gesagt oder hast du es jetzt nur, wie du es so oft wieder mal teilen hast können? So oder so, vielen, vielen Dank dafür. Und ich freue mich auch schon auf das in 2 Tagen noch einmal. Wie geht's dir? Zweiteres, okay. Soll ich dann auch direkt zum Reveal der Bestellung kommen? Alles gut und neugierig. Wie geht's dir? Mir geht's super. Der Urlaub neigt sich leider langsam dem Ende zu, aber das war zu erwarten. Hab heute eine kurze Radtour gemacht, also nicht megamäßig lang, Landskron raus und dann über halt einen Umweg wieder zurück. Aber war ganz angenehm, wieder mal zu fahren. Okay, passt. Einen Moment. Das funktioniert jetzt, wenn ich einfach auf die andere Szene umschalte. Es funktioniert. Ich habe mir eine neue Brille gekauft. Und natürlich, weil ich die Brille schon länger gesucht habe, habe ich endlich diese gefunden. Es ist vielleicht etwas extrem, aber es hat was. Die blendet mich, was das, ich sehe nichts, was so blendet. Was die blendet die? ist doch optimal. In einem schicken Grün. Ja. Habe ich gefunden, wollte ich haben, habe ich mir gekauft, bin stolz drauf. Und ist eben, also in meiner Brillenstärke, also ich kann sie als ganz normale optische Brille verwenden. Was ich dich noch fragen wollte, aber ich dann vergessen habe, schreiben und mir jetzt gerade wieder einfällt. Du hast geschrieben, der Knubbel beim Kater ist nur der Kehlkopf. Also ich habe nicht einmal gewusst, dass da irgendein Knubbel war. Also habt ihr da was gespürt? Habe ich das nur vergessen? Habt ihr mir das gesagt? Ich meine, das Wichtigste ist, dass es dem Kater gut geht. Okay, tut mir leid, ich hab's vergessen.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story?
Oh Gott.
Is any of this ringing a bell?
Okay, die Line ist von da gekommen und dann sind wir da rechts eine. Seien wir morgen dann aber nur zu dritt, oder? Zum Abhängen und Magic zocken. Wohin bringt mir die Line? Oh Gott. Da haben wir drüber geredet, das hast du auch getoucht und meinst wahrscheinlich, der Kehlkopf ist, aber trotzdem ist meine Anatomie. Klar. Jetzt schreibt mir gerade eine Kollegin, dass ich meine Haare wieder grün färben muss. Warum sollte ich meine Haare jetzt wieder grün färben müssen? Weil es besser zur Brille passt. Naja, aber der Kontrast hat schon auch was. Also, ich meine, es ist extrem. Und ich sag ganz ehrlich, ich muss ja im Juni muss ich vor Gericht, da werde ich entweder Kontaktlinsen oder die schwarze Brillen aufsetzen. Also, so gehe ich definitiv nicht vor Gericht. Das ist vielleicht dann der Step too much. Mit den pinken Haaren ja, mit der grünen Brille dazu. Ich glaube, das ist alles too much. So viel sei gesagt. Wahrscheinlich sind es Kontaktlinsen um die Jahreszeit, aber trotzdem. Aber ich finde den Kontrast schon auch cool. Also, es hat was. Ja, die Line hat uns übrigens wieder daher zurückgebracht, wo das ganze Dilemma angefangen hat. Warum wir die Line überhaupt gebraucht haben, hat die Line beschlossen, uns zurück in den Fernsehraum zu bringen. Ich muss auch entubieren. Zu den pinken Haare stehe ich voll. Ich stehe ja zu meiner grünen Brüllen voll. Aber man muss irgendwo, glaube ich, ein bisschen professional drüber kommen und das ist vielleicht too much. Also bei den pinken Haaren sehe ich kein Problem. Aber die Brüllen dazu wäre, glaube ich, too much, um vernünftig ernst genommen zu werden vor einem Richter. Vielleicht Overthinkies, I don't know. So oder so um die Jahreszeit habe ich normalerweise Kontaktlinsen drin.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Restart. Oh, das ist jetzt aber der Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Vorher haben wir der Stanley Parable 2 Adventure Line gehabt. Dann brauchst du eine pinke Krawatte oder Fliege. Ich hab weder Hemd, also ich hab kein Hemd oder so an. Ich geh mit T-Shirt. Also von dem her, Krawatte, Fliege fällt eigentlich weg. Also ich hab T-Shirt an. Das ist ein bisschen das Thema mit, man will als Techniker nicht overdressed sein. Also ich werde jetzt nicht mit der kurzen Hosen und einem T-Shirt eine spazieren, aber definitiv T-Shirt. Also vielleicht nimm ich ein Sakko mit,
You know
weiß ich
what,
nicht.
Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't
Krawatte
we
überm
make up
Shirt,
our
das schaut
own
doch
story?
kacke aus.
Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Oh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Wohin jetzt? Seitlich? Abseits von der Adventure Line? Krawatte über ein T-Shirt schaut doch voll kacke aus, oder? Das kannst du nicht machen.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Love Story mit dir, Narrator, oder was willst du jetzt hören? Sagt der, dessen Brille blendet. Also ich meine, sie leichtet schon, definitiv. Natürlich muss man dazu sagen, dass die Kameraeinstellungen, also die Webcam ist schon ein bisschen dahin getrimmt, die Helligkeit zu pushen, was aber eigentlich nur daran liegt, dass sie mein Gesicht noch sehen will, also dass man halt nicht nur irgendwie da Brille und Haar leichten sieht, sondern was vom Gesicht. Deswegen muss sie die Helligkeit ein bisschen pushen, was das Ganze mit der Brille noch extremer macht. Aber natürlich leichtet sie schon, aber für mich selber ist das ein angenehmes grünes Leuchten. Und dadurch, dass sie gebogen ist, stört mich tatsächlich das Schwarzlicht weniger. Weil das kommt bei der anderen Brille, kommt oben so ein bisschen rein und da schließt jetzt an der Rahmen ab. Also es ist tatsächlich mit der Brille sogar angenehmer als mit der anderen. Details. Oh Gott. Laufen wir da jetzt nur im Kreis oder was? Nur Brille und Haare wäre auch lustig. Schöne Haare. Ja, warte mal. Wenn. So. Also das ist jetzt dann das Kameraprofil extra für Schwarzlichtsituationen. Normalerweise, wenn ich dran denke und vorhabe an einem Abend nicht Schwarzlicht einzuhaben, verwende ich das Profil. Das ist halt das ist schon ein gutes Stück dunkler. Jetzt schauen wir mal, ob ich, wenn ich da her wechsle. Aha, jetzt sehe ich aber nichts mehr. Wenn das Hintergrundbild jetzt auch noch finster wäre. Kriege ich das irgendwie hin? Siehst du, jetzt ist auch das, was am Bildschirm dargestellt wird vom Game, sage ich einmal, auch nicht irgendwie was Helles. Dann sieht man halt wirklich näher mal viel. Dann kann ich auch grinsen, dann sieht man halt Zähne noch, aber ansonsten halt echt nix mehr. Achso, Profil einstellen. Okay. Ein neues Profil einstellen, wo man es noch dunkler macht, kann ich jetzt auch nicht. Aber ich glaube, dass das auch ganz. Das war, glaube ich, ruiniert. Warte mal, ich muss einmal kurz wegschalten. Hast du mir da jetzt ein Setting aktiviert, was ich nicht haben will? Glaube. Nö, müsste schon passen. Achso.
Oh, we to be in this
Close that. Switch.
What is this?
Bild.
Nothing's to breathe.
Ah, wir haben wieder Bild.
What is done?
Das ist jetzt eine Spur
You can't even see.
verzögerter ist.
Tell me now. What
Übrigens, du bekommst morgen einen leichten Gansch von mir. Was habe ich denn aufgeführt? Wegen was?
talk about the weather right now. No big distracts him from all the
Was habe ich getan?
talk about the weather.
Ich fühle mich unschuldig. Noch.
Oh, no, not you again.
Die Adventure Line is
Stanley,
back.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Oh je. Du bist schuld, dass ich mir ihre Livestreams von der Part-Verhandlung gebe. Oh Gott. Also, schaust du nach oder schaust du gerade jetzt live? Weil das müsste ja jetzt, glaube ich, gerade wieder laufen, oder? Tag 8, okay, das, bei was für einem Tag sind wir aktuell? Wahrscheinlich wesentlich höher, oder? 18, okay. Okay, dann bist du vom absolut krassesten Hardcore-Part noch ein ganzes Stück entfernt. Ja, da kannst du dich noch drauf freuen. Man muss ja ganz ehrlich sagen, gell, es ist ja irgendwo, auf der anderen Seite ist es irgendwo schräg, weil man das konsumiert, als wäre es irgendwie eine Sportveranstaltung oder irgend sowas. Es ist halt wirklich so, nein, ich spoiler nichts. Aber es ist halt echt einfach so, als irgendein Event oder wie ein Sitcom, ja. Und es ist halt einfach irgendwo bitter, aber auf der anderen Seite, was ich halt voll unterschreibe, was ich jetzt vor allem in den letzten 2 Tagen mehrmals dann gehört und gelesen habe, ist halt die Aussage so, man muss sich darüber bewusst sein, dass egal wie jetzt an gewisse Aussagen und so weiter und Befragungen abgelaufen sein, man definitiv nicht sagen kann, wer das Ganze dann rein richterlich gewinnen wird. Aber nichtsdestotrotz, allein was halt das Public Opinion angeht, und selbst da muss ich halt meiner Meinung nach wirklich sagen, vor allem wahrscheinlich große irgendwie Produzenten in Hollywood und so weiter, werden das sicher mitverfolgt haben, weil es gibt ja viele Leute, die sich das einfach nicht geben. Aber ich glaube, allein was eben so öffentliches Ansehen hat es definitiv schon jetzt einen klaren Sieger gegeben. Und ja, von dem her ist gut. Der Kollege, die Brille ist obergestellt. Obergeil, oder? Ich habe sie nehmen müssen, wo ich sie im Geschäft gesehen habe. Ich habe gewusst, das ist das Modell, das ich brauche. Gekauft, sofort bestellt, heute gekriegt. Ist einfach nur geil. Ich liebe es.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision.
Das war
From here,
das
the
ist
story
richtig
is
gut.
in our
Sehr gut.
control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, Which
Ich
means
mein,
that somewhere
Haare
at the place
grün,
where we're
weiß ich
trying
nicht,
to
es hat
go,
beides was.
there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Das heißt, wir gehen
Come,
links.
Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Ich darf nicht links gehen. Bisher hat noch niemand die Brille kritisiert und ich habe heute schon mit diversen Leuten direkt nach dem Kauf Kontakt gehabt. Also ich würde auch sagen, es war definitiv kein Fehlkauf. Oh Gott.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like
Lässt er
this.
die Küchenstühle eigentlich in der Ruhe oder probiert er da immer noch immer wieder kotzen?
I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know?
Die zweite Tür hätte einfach nur in den Raum geführt.
Something happened? So, okay.
Restart.
I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind
Er
of
lässt sie in
story,
Großen und
wouldn't
Ganzen in
you
Ruhe.
agree?
Das ist
I'm
gut.
not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do...
What the hell? Es war laut. Ich hab bei meinem neuen Radl auch schon einen Platz gefunden, wo ich mein Tracking-Device platzieren hab können. Also ich kann mein Fahrrad jetzt tracken. Rip Headphone-User, ja, definitiv. Ich hab's trotzdem, ich geb's zu, jetzt erst einmal, ich weiß nicht wie lang, in der Wohnung. Ich parke es aktuell noch hier herum in der Wohnung.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Wir sind immer noch im Confusion Ending. Na, sind wir nicht? Zumindest ist der Bucket wieder da. Der Bucket ist zurück. Irgendwas habe ich mit dem Bucket noch vorgehabt. Ah ja, genau.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no.
Nope.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Aber ich wollte mit dem Bucket noch einmal da runterfahren.
So the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. I'm glad you found your way here. I
Yep.
knew you'd find this
Genau,
place
da wollte ich her.
eventually.
Ich
You see,
glaube
your
nämlich...
friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
Es ist ein
The
toller
bucket
Bucket.
isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket,
Da ist
but
der
you're
Fern.
spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Er hat früher gesagt, dass der Fern auch noch eine Rolle spielen wird. Da ist er. Aber es hat auch geheißen, dass beim Fireplace eine Figur ist. Weil ich sehe da keine Figur. Kann ich da... Ich kann nicht zurück auf. Im Broom Closet ist auch nichts. Schaust du dir die Amber Heard Johnny Depp Videos einfach nur komplett roh an, also wirklich direkt so von irgendeinem Livestream, oder schaust du dir etwas an, was schon wer anders kommentiert hat? Okay, Sammelfigur würde ich da keine finden. Roh als Livestream, okay.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Ich sag ganz ehrlich, ich hab den Großteil vom Asmongold sein Commentary angeschaut, aber es ist halt, ich meine, es ist trotzdem alles, ohne dass er irgendwas außercutten wird, es ist einfach sein Livestream halt zu YouTube exportiert.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Er will mir schon wieder mein Bucket wegnehmen.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Oh, aber das passt
That's
eh.
why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Letztes Mal habe ich ihn mein Bucket nicht gegeben.
I think it'll
Diesmal
make a
kriegt er
wonderful
ihn.
new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Oh, yeah.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
Destroy
Surely you don't need me to
buckets?
spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Goodbye, Bucket.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket.
Ich kann ihm den nicht
buckets
geben.
is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character
Ich
with
kann
only
ihm
one
den
personality
Bucket gar
trait
nicht
deserve
geben.
to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you
Nimm
see,
ihn.
if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it.
Wie
We
wird's
can't
ja
get back to
tun?
the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Okay, man kann den Bucket nicht reinwerfen.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential.
Yep.
We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about
Yep.
you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Wen kommentiert dann von Legal Eagle, wenn er was macht darüber? Bis jetzt hat er nur im Video What the Case About. Ja, aber die Sache ist halt, also ich verstehe, warum du sagst, weil er macht die Sachen echt gut. Ich glaube aber, dass also basierend auf den Content, den er macht, kann er halt eigentlich nur eine Zusammenfassung machen. Und ich wollte halt auch alles sagen. Also halt wirklich die kompletten Befragungen und so weiter. Und dann kannst du entweder nur roh oder den Livestream von jemand anderen anschauen, ja. Aber ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, ich meine, außer der Legal Eagle Typ streamt live. Aber hätte ich jetzt noch nie irgendwie mitgekriegt, dass er das tut.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, Telefon ohne Bucket. Und
When Stanley
irgendwie
came
muss
to a
ich
set
immer
of
noch
two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room. and
im
Stanley
Lager
knew it
die
perfectly
Figur
well.
einsammeln.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business.
Stimmt,
Stanley
ein paar
took the
andere
first
machen
open
Livestreams,
door
das
on
könnte,
his
das
left.
mag ich nicht, weil ich drüber reden, wenn gerade wer redet, und das mag ich nicht. Ja, also eben, das ist zum Beispiel bis auf ein paar Ausnahmen, wie gesagt, es ist immer die Frage, ob man jemanden mag oder nicht, und ich verstehe Leute, die sagen, sie kommen mit dem Eismann-Gold nicht zurecht.
Stanley was so bad at following
so
directions, it's
viel der Typ
incredible he wasn't
tatsächlich-
fired years ago.
So viel der Typ tatsächlich redet, er hat sich da schon immer, wenn was gefragt wird, sehr gut zurückgehalten, meiner Meinung nach. Meinst du gerade, weil ich über Narrow darüber geredet habe? Ah, ich kann da einfach springen. Schau an. Figurine. Ich hoffe, das haltet.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Achso, das habe ich beim drüberlesen gar nicht wirklich wahrgenommen. So, okay, eine Figur noch. Und keine Ahnung, wo ich jetzt gelandet bin.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
What the hell?
The office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
Die ganzen Audiotapes vom Narrator oder was? Narrator Dialog. Original.
The office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office
Narrator
had begun
sound
from so
system.
far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the
You
beaten
didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the
Stimmt.
absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording?
Time
It was
to
all
wake up.
just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an
Jetzt wird er
unending waterfall
unhöflich.
of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Blaues Office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting Room. Das letzte Mal, wo ich da war, habe ich sicher den Bucket mitgenommen.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Left, right, left, right, left. Okay. Wir haben noch Somewhere Both Red and Blue. Somewhere Both Red and Blue. Beware of the false prophet. Wo ist Rot und Schwarz? Schwarz. Red and Blue. Rot und Schwarz. So viel zum Thema Brain AFK, hä? Rauf oder runter? Ich glaube, es bringt beides gleich wenig, um ehrlich zu sein. Rauf.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Da ist Red. Your English is very good. Aber da, die habe ich schon. Sonst ist da keine.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Stress mag er gar nicht, unser Narrator. Ich glaube, ich könnte Escape Route gehen, aber wüsste jetzt nicht, dass dort noch was ist.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Ich glaube, da bin ich mit meinem Bucket aber auch noch nie entlang gelaufen.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yes. Was ist der Tod schon?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned
Ach, kommen wir da
and
jetzt wieder
willingly
zu den
accepted this
Credits?
violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Jetzt kommt wieder eine nette Dame.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Genau,
When
ja.
every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Narrator outtakes. Kevin Brighting, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
He pushed the number 6.
Okay.
Then he pushed the number 8.
Freedom Ending, das haben wir gehabt.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you
Und
see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit.
sie hat gesagt, ich soll Quit drucken. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Passed. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Oh mein Gott. Da ist 9. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Da müssen wir jetzt aufpassen, dass wir den richtig hinkriegen. Das ist... Ah, ich glaube noch eins weiter. Ja. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Okuboinkal oder Scrumtusch? Ich würde sagen Okuboinkal. Please don't adjust the slider. Don't tell me what to do. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Nein. What is time anyway? Nein. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. Yes. Will you come back to visit me? No.
This is the
So unnötig, Alter. Telefon abheben ohne Eimer habe ich glaube ich auch noch nicht gemacht.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ich frage mich, es wird schon die 6. Figurine wirklich geben, oder?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Die werden doch nicht 6 Figurines sagen und nur 5 platzieren.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Weil ich der Stanley
There's someone
bin.
you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Ja, den Bucket.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to...
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife? They'd want to commit their life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
What? Okay. Die Apartment-Nummer ist die gleiche wie seine Angestellten-Nummer.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 427. Press U on your keyboard. Nein. Nein. Ich trau dir nicht. Ich habe übrigens mehrere Tasten gedrückt, die nicht U sind. Aber scheinbar bleibt mir nichts anderes übrig. Okay.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Please press Q. Okay.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Das Apartment wird langsam wieder zum Büro scheinbar.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Ah, ich darf Fernsehen schauen.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Please press V to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice.
Choice.
It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Please press Y to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one
this
path lay an
office.
enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Please press B to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Please press C to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Please press U to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Please press I to be at work in the morning.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Mit einem Spiegel. Please press G to question nothing. Kann ich es mit einem S oder einem A in Frage stellen? Na? X, C, V? Ist das Leben so sinnlos, dass ich wirklich G drucken muss? Es ist grausam.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must.
Okay.
Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please die.
Stanley
What?
pushed a button.
Was? Nein,
And I
nein,
tried again.
nein!
And Stanley pushed a button.
Ich drucke eh nichts mehr. Jetzt weiß ich, warum das im OBS bei den automatischen Tags Horror dabei hat. The hell?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ich werde jetzt
Wow.
noch am Pfad
Yes,
gehen
this room.
und dann einmal
But
was in die
eager to get back to
Achievements
business,
abchecken, ob
Stanley
das
took
vielleicht
the
irgendeinen
first
Hinweis
open door
gibt.
on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Und zwar werden wir da jetzt
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps
Overspringen.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
ohne Bucket,
I'm not
aber
your
diesmal.
enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really?
Yes,
I was in
really.
the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is
Yes,
important.
rot und blau.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Durchs rote Tor bin ich auch noch nie gegangen, ich bin nur durchs blaue. Und da ist rot und blau, das heißt... Figurine. Ist sie nicht shiny? Ist sie nicht glorious? Sie ist awesome. Let's go.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
Oh, yeah.
This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Yes! Kriegst echt kein Achievement dafür, so wie er es
Thank
angekündigt
God you
hat.
are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay, da ist eine Tür. Und da ist eine Tür. Der Baden ist einfach nur schwarz.
What are we looking for?
Ui.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Oh. Jetzt kommen noch Farben dazu. Das grüne Zeug könnte ja Giftgas sein. Ich würde es dem Narrator zutrauen. Jetzt kommt noch Rotes dazu. Aber scheinbar steigt nur das Rote. Ah, das Grüne hat sich einfach wieder aufgelöst. Jetzt haben wir nur noch Rot. Könnten natürlich auch wieder ausgehen. Okay, das ist definitiv nicht der gleiche Rang, wo wir reingekommen sein.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where are we?
Das haben wir schon gehabt. Es wiederholt sich ein Narrator. Ich gehe.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Warum sollte ich mir bei diesen
Please, no,
Stufen
Stanley,
wehtun?
let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Okay. What? Ist der einzige Ausweg der Tod oder was? Entweder ich kann in diesem komischen Esoterikraum bleiben oder die Treppe runterspringen. Sind das meine Choices? Ich frage mich gerade, was schlimmer ist.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Wie Können wir nicht auf ewig da bleiben?
No. What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. Are you... You are going to stay here, aren't you?
Ich glaube, ich muss dich enttäuschen, guter Mann. Wir können doch nicht bleiben. Wir müssen der Wahrheit ins Auge sehen.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment.
Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Scheinbar habe ich mal die Beine gebrochen. Mir kommt vor, ich bin definitiv langsamer als vorher.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving? Na Alter, es kann so nicht weitergehen.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Du hast recht, von diesem komischen Raum kann nichts Gutes kommen.
No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Nothing.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Nein.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
Wie fertig er
Looks like
ist.
you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Komplett fertig mit der Welt. Ey. One more time.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
So. Ich habe da bisher noch nicht reingeschaut. Ich habe 4 von 11 Achievements in dem Game. Test Achievement. Okay, das kann man nicht kriegen. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Okay. Ein Haufen Achter. Ja. Click on door 435 times. Speedrun. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes 22 seconds. Not including load times. Settings World Champion. Set all the sliders in the menu to all available numbers. Okay. Super, go outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Gut. Door 430. Ah.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Ist das mit Achievement jetzt umgeschrieben? Na.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Das wäre ein Sack.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417 sagst. Oh.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay, narrator. The memory zone again. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Damals. Ich kann mich noch erinnern, als wäre es vor 10 Minuten gewesen. Damals, wo ich sie alle gefunden habe. Ja,
Here's where it all
die
began.
erste.
The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it
Richtig.
said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
Wir haben keine
We were
Ahnung
so
gehabt.
innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Sowas verändert an, wenn man das erste Collectible aufklappt. 7 von 6. Es ist nicht das gleiche Gefühl wie 1 von 6. Das kannst du einfach nicht noch einmal erleben. Das ist ganz was Besonderes.
And
da
here
steht-
was a second Stanley.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Ja.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Bathroom.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Aha.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Na, der Pink Room ist neu. Also ist die Figurine neu. Seien alle neu? Hat die Memory Zone mehr Collectibles?
This was the fifth mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly.
Yep.
In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
By the narrator. Okay, how you found it? What's that back there? It's mini Stan number 5. You found it near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
Yep.
I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Und die letzte.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
Ja.
It was a moment unlike any other.
So einen haben wir vorher noch nicht
Except for the
erlebt.
other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Na, es war nicht genau gleich. Aber schrecklich feiert das Spiel gerade ziemlich. Das Spiel ist einfach gut. Es ist halt total wirr, aber auch ziemlich gut. Yes! Da haben wir sie wieder. You're in the present. Nein! Wie in, wie heißt's? Spaceballs, wo sie das Video vom Jetzt anschauen, was gerade passiert. Aber ich existiere gar nicht. Man sieht mich nicht
And
im
then
Fernsehen.
there was no more.
Bin ich ein
Because
Vampir?
we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but
The
move
past.
onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Haltet deinen Loading Screen auf, oh mein Gott. Narrator, du musst loslassen können.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Von 6.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Ja.
Yes, I love that video.
Oh Gott. Der Pink Room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Er ist halt pink. Pink ist gut, aber Mehr als pink ist halt jetzt auch nicht.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Kann ich jetzt dann ins Bossers Office umgehen? Oh, yes. Nein! Da ist zu. Verdammt.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Und die erste wieder.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Collect them all. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Das hat gestern interessanter ausgeschaut. Ist da der Jump Circle? Kriege ich wieder
Look,
Jumps?
it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Wieso kriege ich keine Jumps mehr? Oder aufgebraucht.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh Gott. Zurück im Büro.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
Das Intro.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay, one more time it
All of
seems.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No.
I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
So leicht kommt der mir
I have
nicht
to say,
davon.
I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks.
Ein Haustier braucht er. Ich glaube, Stanley ist sein Haustier.
Clicks.
Es ist wie ein Hund, den er trainiert. Manchmal tut der Stanley, was er will, und
I
manchmal
want
nicht.
this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Aktuell tut der Stanley ziemlich genau, was er will.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Ich glaube, das war zurück, oder? War 437 nicht in der Richtung? Na. Ah doch, da.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. Weißt du, gefragt, ob das Spiel ist, checken wir, wenn du einen PC in 10 Jahre in Zukunft stellen würdest. Weiß ich nicht. Können wir aber probieren.
Now, back to door number 437.
Ich weiß es tatsächlich nicht, also.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Welche? Die?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Der verarscht mich doch.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Ich kann nämlich nicht springen, also da auf zu klettern ist gar nicht so leicht.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Yes, on my way.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it!
Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Mit dem Bucket Mind Control aktivieren habe ich glaube ich noch nicht gemacht.
A humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Mal schauen, was jetzt im Meetingraum ist, weil die Figurines haben wir fertig.
Still no one was here.
Wieder
Stanley
der
needed the
normale.
bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Also das ist der Meetingraum, wie er vor die Figurines war. Also
Coming to
wer
a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
ich mach da jetzt noch ein Ende und dann probieren wir das mit den 10 Jahren einfach. Weil wahrscheinlich, es wird mich nicht einmal wundern, wenn irgendein Spruch kommt, hast gedacht, das ist so einfach. So das, aber schauen wir mal.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Mit meinem
Stanley and
Bucket
the
habe ich
bucket
keine
walked
Angst.
straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Ich und mein Bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Ich habe jetzt gerade noch einmal zu den Achievements, also zu den Steam Achievements von dem Game reingeschaut. Und ich finde es sogar richtig cool, dass es gibt halt ein Achievement für, dass du das da rauskommst.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Aber außer halt von wegen, ja, so komm einmal raus, gibt's nicht für die verschiedenen Enden, was du erreichen kannst, Achievements. Und das passt da irgendwie zu dem Thema, was er mit den Figurines gesagt, wenn es ein Achievement wäre, wird es ja irgendwie nicht mehr ganz so toll sein. Also irgendwie finde ich es toll, weil dann ist es halt einfach so, du erkundest halt, weil du noch was finden willst, aber nicht unbedingt um ein Achievement abzuhakeln.
His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Und dann hat Stanley auf
But at
Einschalten
the last
gedrückt.
second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror.
The
Had
bucket
this been
was.
the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What the hell?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
What?
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Gott. Okay. Also. Windows-Zeiteinstellungen. Ich glaube nicht, dass es gehen wird. Also, wir haben 2034. Die fragen das sicher von irgendeinem anderen Zeitserver ab. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, that job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? Na? Also, sometimes. Ja und nein. Es ist schon manchmal fein, einfach allein zu sein. That's maybe the only information that I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Epilog? Was war Epilog? Achievement habe ich übrigens scheinbar keins gekriegt. Many, many years later. Ah, die Wüste. Super, go outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Doch, es hat funktioniert. Aber ich kann meine Steam Achievements nicht anschauen, weil Steam sich scheinbar mit der Zeit so verheddert hat, dass es die Seiten nicht mehr aufrufen kann. Die Bürostühle. Überall Stühle. Nichts, weit und breit, nichts. Oh, die Memory Zone. In memory of the Stanley Parable 2. Cookie 9's blog. Review. The Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is a dull, uninspired and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... Geil. Cat Dog Born. Scientists confirm hybrid species. Weil wir sie so nah zusammengebracht haben, dass sie sich anfreunden. Nice! Ich kann jetzt leider nicht irgendwie scrollen. Was haben wir denn da in die recent Posts noch? Sorry, I haven't been blogging too much. Review, Snrarf 3, Protected Post, Cookies Corner, we need to talk about sequel. Recent comments, Go Guy, Piss Order 0999, Boblin, noch einmal der Boblin und der Go Guy. Okay, und bis 2027 sind da die Posts scheinbar. Oh, die Buttons.
Jim.
Der Button sagt nämlich meinen Namen.
Jim.
Naja. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creator made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to a Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Okay.
Jim.
Aha, er hat viele von den Buttons gemacht. Die Figurines. Yes! Let's go! 26 von 6 Figurines gefunden. Und das ist dann das Infinite Hole, oder? Thank you for enjoying the new content. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable free. It's simple. All we do is change the number of the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. The Stanley Parable Free. It's either me or the... Okay, ich hoffe, ich kann da noch was dazu tun. Okay, man kann links und rechts. Dann it's either me or the monkeys. The Stanley Parable Free. It's either me or the monkeys. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It will just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. Also wie Call of Duty. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. So wie FIFA. Genau, oder wie FIFA. Let's do it! Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. Wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see? I'm on your side. We're in this together. We are going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Es ist so definitiv jetzt 5 Uhr 33 in der Früh. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. The Stanley Parable Free. It's either me or the monkeys. Ich werde jetzt dann schnell meine Systemzeit wieder richtig drehen. Vielleicht gehen wir jetzt dann gleich zum Stanley Parable 4 über. Developed by Crows. The Stanley Parable 4. The Final Telephone. This is so stupid.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley
Yep, jetzt kann ich meine Achievements im Steam auch wieder aufrufen und wir haben immer noch das Achievement für 10 Jahre lang nicht gespielt. Die Achievement Machine. Da muss ich halt erst einmal hinkommen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ja, New Content. Bin gespannt, ob die Achievement Machine jetzt wirklich gefixt ist.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
Wir sind ja jetzt schon in Teil 4.
Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Und das, obwohl wir eigentlich schon Teil 4 spielen.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
So, wo war die Achievement Machine?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Ich habe letztes Mal blau gedruckt und hat gesagt, nö, weiß ist besser, deswegen sind im Office überall die weißen Luftballone. Mal schauen, was passiert, wenn wir diesmal weiß drucken.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Wie
Happy
erwartet.
12th birthday, step-niece it is.
Wie erwartet.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Da, free and easy new achievement.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Ha! Test achievement
As you can see,
achieved.
the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on?
Yep.
You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
Haha.
Oh, God. Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Test achievement achieved.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Die haben wir schon alle gesehen und da ist glaube ich Exit.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2... All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Aber da hätte ich noch 36 Jumps. Lass mich da runter.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley?
Da funktioniert nicht
This
einmal die
isn't a
Jumps
coherent video
Remaining
game at all. It's a
Anzeige.
lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Tastefully.
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Jetzt haben wir wieder den Zwarer Title Screen gehabt.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Soll ich fragen, ob du das Hole gefunden hast, das Infinity Hole? Also ich hab das vorgestern schon gefunden, ich kann aber gern dann gleich noch einmal umgehen. Also ich bin jetzt nicht noch einmal umgegangen, also es wäre schon da unten gewesen.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
War ich schrecklich verwirrt. Ja, dann, wie verwirrt?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly
Oh Gott,
as
jetzt kriegen wir
possible,
wieder die
he
soothing
didn't
New
even
Age
have a single
Music.
minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with
Er hat
some
vorher
calming
zugeschaut,
wave
das mit dem
music.
Lock hat er anscheinend übersehen. Ne, ist egal, ich werde jetzt noch einmal das, ich werde jetzt noch einmal die Mind Control Machine aktivieren und dann gehe ich einfach noch einmal um, ist ja kein Stress.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Also ich mache jetzt, ich aktiviere jetzt noch einmal die Mind Control Machine und werde verzweifelt auf Buttons rumdrucken
Stanley realized
und wahrscheinlich
he
nichts
felt a bit
erreichen.
peculiar. It
Dann
was
gehe ich
a
noch einmal
stirring
zum
of
Hole
emotion in his chest,
und dann
as
schauen
though
wir
he
weiter.
felt more free to think for himself, to question
Aber ich
the
wollte noch
nature
einmal
of his job.
probieren.
Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Ich wollte noch einmal probieren, ob ich mit den Buttons vielleicht doch
Stanley
irgendwas
walked straight
erreiche.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Most likely not. Ich hab nicht gegoogelt, ob man mit den Buttons was erreichen
The
kann.
lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
427. Da. Schaut jetzt auch nicht anders aus, der Raum.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
Never.
It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Da nur übrigens, ich finde in dem Fall tatsächlich schade. Also ich werde mal kurz schauen, ob ich das finde, weil ich bin mir sicher, dass das Mind Control Ding früher mal anders ausgeschaut hat. Mir kommt vor, das war früher besser. In einer älteren Version. Finde ich das auf die Schnelle? Schwierig. Na, ich finde jetzt kein Bild. Mir kommt nämlich vor, und ich bin mir da ziemlich sicher, dass sie in der klassischen Version von Stanley Parable die Buttons fürs Mind Control aktivieren, den On-Button in grün gemacht haben. Das ist halt irgendwie so, willst du wieder Gedanken kontrolliert werden, so ja in grün und nein in rot. So, was halt eben dazu verleitet, so von wegen, ja, kontrollieren wir wieder, weil er grün ist. Ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, dass das in der alten Version so war.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley.
Die Tier schmeißt der Massier wieder vor der Nase zu.
But you need to understand, there's only so much
Aber wir werden es
that
noch einmal
machine
probieren.
can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say...
Mann, da stehen ja Nummern auf
2 minutes.
der Wand, aber ich hab
Now, this
kein
is making
Null.
things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your
Yeah.
time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take
Egal,
back the
was die
control
da
wrested
druck.
away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
Das sind die Hints. Warte mal.
Time doesn't grow on trees.
3
Oh,
blau.
dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be
Nein.
doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw
Aber
the timer that something in this room was capable
Das wird
of
doch mit
turning
den
it off?
Hints
I mean, look
zusammenpassen.
at you, running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these
Oder?
colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door.
Oder
Everything,
nicht?
anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Jetzt muss ich da echt noch einmal her.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Jetzt muss ich da dann echt noch einmal runter. Okay, Infinite
All of
Hole.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Inevitable.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Hey, hype!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally
hättest du das jetzt nicht geschrieben, heuschrecklich, hätte ich es noch einmal probiert und dann selber nachgeschaut. Gut, so können wir uns den weiteren Versuch sparen. Ach so, so meinst. Nein, im Base Game habe ich es nicht gefunden. Jetzt bin ich schon da. Jetzt mache ich es noch einmal. Ist es im Base Game dann irgendwo? Ich meine, den Button, der meinen Namen sagt, habe ich nämlich auch nirgends gefunden. Der Bucket ist da, ja. Die Figurines sind da. Der Jump Circle ist aber auch nirgends, soweit ich weiß.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Ich habe aber gestern nicht teleportiert beim ersten Jump. Mal schauen. Das werde ich jetzt machen.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Noch einige lustige.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits.
Ich hab doch schon diverse
Enden. I really
Enden.
spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again?
How are you sorting your cards? The piles don't make any sense. They make perfect sense. My pals are
Well,
dogs.
this is rather embarrassing, Stanley.
Art with ladies,
I'll be
looking
honest
left,
with
funny
you.
flavor
I
text,
truly did
beards,
not
Rebecca
believe
Garrett,
that
heads,
anyone
turtles,
would
cats,
actually
that
stay in
give
the
the
hole
same
long
letters, my
enough
name
to
and I
hit
forget.
the bottom.
You're
Yes, I
ridiculous.
know,
What
I
do you say,
told
the
you
cat's
hole
red
was
yet
infinite,
color?
but come on. Who
That's
actually
like,
wants
that's
to
useful.
fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button
Mir
to warp
geht's-
up to the top of the hole and we can move on.
Mir
I'll
geht's
just be
gar
up
nicht
here
einmal
when you're
darum, dass sie jetzt dann unbedingt alle Enden anschauen muss. Es überrascht mich wirklich mehr, weil ich nicht wüsste, also ich weiß jetzt auch nicht, was ich noch anders tun soll.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2. Now, all right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel
Ich lese mal gerade
Here we go. Version 2.
in ein Wiki durch, was es da noch gäbe.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Okay, ich hab da gerade eins habe ich gefunden, was ich mir tatsächlich gerade noch anschauen werde. Und zwar das Bottom of the
All
Mind
his
Control
coworkers were
Facility.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Zum Beispiel das, was ich da jetzt beim Drüberlesen, ich weiß nicht, ob du dir alle
When Stanley
durchgelesen
came
hast.
to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Da war eins mit, wie man in den Himmel kommt, mit Computer aus, einschalten, Spül neu starten.
Yet there was not a single person
Das mag ich mir
here
gerade
either.
ganz ehrlich gesagt
Feeling
einfach nicht
a wave of
antun.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons.
Yep.
Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
Surprise!
Surprise. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
So. Und zwar.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
War
Did
das
he have the
irgendwie
strength
da,
to find
ja?
out?
Ha!
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job,
Das ist genial.
you did it. Good job, 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 you did it.
Das finde ich halt wirklich einfach einen enorm coolen Move, zu sagen, okay, wir haben da einen Bug gehabt und jetzt machen wir es einfach zu einem Feature. Nicht einmal den Bug zu fixen, sondern einfach nur ein Feature draus zu machen. Oh, okay. Ich habe noch eins, direkt
All this
das nächste in der
code
Liste.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Das, was
Stanley
ich jetzt
decided to go
mache,
up to his boss's
habe ich
office.
sogar
Coming
schon
to a
einmal
staircase,
angefangen,
Stanley walked
aber dann halt
upstairs to his
aufgeben,
boss's
bevor es zu
office.
dem Ende gekommen ist.
Here's the door, just go. Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Aha, lasst mich jetzt schon einmal runterfahren, oder was?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Das Game ist definitiv ein Kunstwerk, also abstrakt oder so, keine Ahnung. Aber allein schon, dass sie das auch wirklich von diesem Narrator alles einsprechen haben lassen, dass das nicht nur Text ist, den man selbst lesen, weißt du, das war ja damals schon alles eingesprochen und das ist schon sehr geil.
Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Also einfach so viele Möglichkeiten abzudecken. Und back up.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor?
No.
It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Oh, ich glaube, es ist das Boss's Office.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Okay, let's go.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? Sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive. You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises?
To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to.
Hello,
We're
Joe.
being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive.
Wir sind immer
That's
noch
why
durch
people like you so
Büroräume
much, Stanley,
unterwegs.
because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for
Und
you.
ich habe eine neue
so that
Brille,
you can
falls es
talk
da
about your work
aufgefallen
and your
ist.
storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Die ist wirklich optisch, also das ist ganz normal als Brille verwendbar. Mit Zusatzfeature. The Stanley Paraverse, Stanley, tonight, live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable, Stanley, from the Stanley Parable, tonight, live on stage.
Yes, here it is, just through this door.
An evening with world peace, baby. A Q&A with world's first sentient machine. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great. To stage.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Congratulations, Stanley. Remember you where you came from, your co-workers. Story, Stanley, me, dad, age 6. I love the way you ride the elevator. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You're too cool. Good luck on stage. Rock on. Break a leg, champ. Your boss. No one tells stories the way you do. Go get 'em, Tiger. Stanley, my true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife from the apartment ending. Up again, down again. The Stanley story. An unforgiving account of up as well as downs. Elevator. Highs and lows, isn't that what life's about? Stephen Stairs Walker. Und 5 Sterne vom Star Magazine. The dude who came up with pizza. Life, the guy who went to Mars. Okay. The Lord, Meet and Greet. Doing great. Das ist das vom Alexander, das haben wir unten schon gehabt. Okay. So, Ich schaue like gerade noch, was ich sonst machen könnt. Das müsste ich eigentlich gehabt haben. Oh Gott. Wir haben vorgestern dieses Minigame mit dem Baby gehabt. Es gibt tatsächlich ein Ende, wenn man dieses Minigame 2 Stunden spielt. Sie haben tatsächlich ein Ende eingebaut, wenn man das 2 Stunden lang spielt.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes. Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-worker. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Are you sick of this gag? No.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Definitely.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Hat er nicht gesagt, er startet neu? Und heuschrecklich, ich glaube ehrlich gesagt nicht, dass ich es schaffe, 2 Stunden lang das Baby-Minigame zu spielen. Hat er gesagt, er startet es neu oder ich muss es neu starten?
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Definitiv.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
Kann so
Which
ungut
is
sein.
why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Oh. Hä? Hat er jetzt das vordere Office ausgenommen, dass ich nicht mehr overspringen kann, oder was?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Sein Sack.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
Ich werde
office.
jetzt einfach noch einmal nach draußen gehen, sprich Mind Control ausschalten und ich glaube, damit haben wir dann auch einen schönen Abschluss für das Ganze. Also, zwar nicht alle Enden gesehen, aber Ich glaube, es passt dann.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Aber na, also das Baby-Minigame für 2 Stunden.
Now the
Man, ich
monsters
glaub,
come to life, their true nature revealed.
man könnte theoretisch einfach ein Makro verwenden, das was halt, was weiß ich, alle 2 Sekunden einmal einen linken Mausklick macht und dann für 2 Stunden wohin gehen. Aber ist es das wert?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Wir haben, also ich find's auch einfach enorm lustig und kreativ, so wie es der Heuschrecklich vorher geschrieben hat. Wir haben übrigens vorher, da warst du wahrscheinlich noch nicht dort schon, in dem Raum, von dem ich gerade gekommen bin, den mit den ganzen Fernseher, da kann man sich über einen Tisch runter auf den Boden baggen, im Grunde genommen. Und ich habe das früher nachgelesen, eben, dass das geht, und dann ist da noch dabei gestanden, in der ursprünglichen Version, was sie 2013 released haben, war das halt wirklich einfach nur ein Bug, da bist du halt runtergesprungen und dann ist nichts passiert und du hast nur selber restarten können. Und in der Zwischenzeit haben sie da dann halt auch den Narrator was einsprechen lassen, dass das halt auch richtiges Ende geworden ist. Also nicht so, ja okay, wir fixen das, da springen Leute runter, sondern wir bauen es einfach ein. Ist einfach voll nett auch, dass man das übernimmt.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Leider kann ich den Bucket nicht mit nach draußen nehmen. Er hätte es verdient. Der Bucket hätte es verdient, mit mir zu kommen.
And a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine! Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Ich glaube, das eine mit dem Baby ist auch nicht gedacht, dass man das mit irgendeinem Programm cheatet. Stell dir vor, du hörst das mit den 2 Stunden, denkst dir, das versuche ich jetzt nach 2 Stunden purer Langeweile, wirst du mit deiner eigenen Narration in einem separaten Endplan. Stell dir vor, wie sich das anfühlen muss. Ja, aber also jetzt es ist nie irgendwas gedacht, dass man es cheatet. Alle 10 Jahre sollte man sich nicht cheaten, sondern man sollte einfach 10 Jahre das Game nicht starten, wahrscheinlich, keine Ahnung. Aber du müsstest halt wirklich, ich meine, ich weiß jetzt nicht mehr, ich weiß jetzt nicht mehr, was der Timer für das Baby war, aber grob geschätzt musst du da halt so alle 5 Sekunden, wenn überhaupt, einmal die linke Maustasten klicken, während du die ganze Zeit dieses Babyweinen ertragen musst. Ich meine, klar kannst du den Sound ausschalten, aber wenn ich den Sound ausschalten kann, kann ich auch meine Tastaturmakro einstellen und sagen, klick alle 3 Sekunden bitte einmal die linke Maustaste. Ist es gedacht, das zu cheaten? Nein, aber es ist halt da echt nicht angenehm zum Spielen. Da stehen und nichts zu tun, außer Klick, 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 Klick und sonst nix. Würde ich nicht durchstehen. Okay, Stanley, you are free.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Es könnte übrigens Zufall gewesen sein, laut dem Guide-Epilog, irgendwann, wenn du mehrere Mal neu gestartet hast und dem New Content schon gesehen, diverse Enden erreicht hast. Aber ich bin ja gar nicht davon ausgegangen, dass ich den Epilog wegen der 10 Jahre gekriegt habe. So habe ich das gerade nicht gemeint. Also ich habe mich einfach nur auf das Achievement gerade bezogen. Also ich habe nicht gedacht, dass der Epilog wegen der 10 Jahre kommt. Ich war mir zwar nicht sicher, ob es nicht vielleicht auch zusammenhängt, ich bin aber ehrlich gesagt nicht davon ausgegangen. Ja. Und wie gesagt, wir werden den Stanley damit jetzt befreien. Aus irgendeinem Grund will mich mein Stream Deck gerade nicht Szene wechseln lassen. Egal, drucken wir es manuell. Ja. Also, ich bin froh, dass ich es endlich selber einmal gespielt habe. Ich habe, wie gesagt, von einer älteren Version schon Videos und so einmal gesehen gehabt, aber es war schon ewig her, und wo ich jetzt dann auf Steam gesehen habe, dass sie diese Ultra Deluxe Version released haben, haben wir gedacht, warum nicht selber einmal spielen? Es hat immer sehr lustig ausgeschaut und es hat mir auch wirklich sehr gut gefallen. Mein Stream Deck hat sich einfach komplett aufgehängt. Ist auch okay. Tut halt nichts. Dabei wollte ich dann noch mal kurz Musik, nicht Musik, Licht einschalten. Aber das geht ja auch über die Handy-App. Ja. Und damit wünsche ich dann eine gute Nacht, einen schönen restlichen Abend, schlaft's gut. Ciao, 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 danke, dass du noch vorbeigeschaut hast. Morgen kein Stream und am Wochenende wahrscheinlich wieder ein bisschen Magic Arena und dann schauen wir einfach weiter. Also, schlaft's gut, gute Nacht, danke fürs Dabeisein, ciao, ciao. Bis morgen.
I know